listen to the English interpretation through the Interprofy app. Please mind the other listeners and use your headphones. If you need any help with this, the conference staff are happy to help you. Annan nyt puheenvuoron seuraavan keskustelun moderaattorille. Ole hyvä, tutkija Pia Leskinen Turun ammattikorkeakoulusta.
Kiitoksia ja tervetuloa kaikille tähän paneelikeskusteluun, jossa puhutaan ympäristömyrkkyjen haittojen minimoinnista luonnolle, ihmisille ja kiertotaloudelle. Ja tämän paneelin järjestää Turun ammattikorkeakoulu yhdessä Itämeren kaupunkien liiton kestävien kaupungin komission kanssa, joka toimii siis osana Turun kaupungin hallintoa. Ja tässä taustalla on 2 EU:n Itämeri-ohjelman rahoittamaa hanketta, Emperest ja Nonhas City. Ja tosiaan, mistä me tänään puhutaan? Me puhutaan ympäristömyrkyistä. Ja se on sellainen aihe, mistä puhutaan, te kuulette ehkä mediassa uutisissa aika usein mikromuoveista tai erilaisista ympäristömyrkyistä. Sitten tietysti käy niin kuin kaikkien uutisten kanssa, eli jos te rupeatte klikkailemaan niitä, niin sitten niitä yhtäkkiä alkaa tulla lisää ja niitä onkin yhtäkkiä joka puolella. Sitten taas, jos ne ei kiinnosta alkuunsa, niin sitten voi olla, että säästytte niiltä jatkossakin kokonaan. Mutta joka tapauksessa varmaan aika useilla meistä on kuitenkin jonkunlainen ainakin hämärä huoli siitä, että mitä ne mikromuovit ja kemikaalit tekee meidän elimistössä, miten ne vaikuttaa meidän lapsiin. Monilla varmasti huoli liittyy myös ekosysteemeihin. Ja tosiaan aika paljon erilaisia tutkimustuloksia on olemassa kemikaalien vaikutuksista allergioihin, syöpiin, lisääntymiseen, hormonitoimintaan ja niin edelleen. Nämä ovat sellaisia tunnetumpia vaikutuksia. Sitten nykyään on ruvettu tutkimaan myös uudenlaisia vaikutuksia. Esimerkiksi voiko suolistosairauksien yleistyminen liittyä kemikaaleihin. PFAS-yhdisteet, eli tämmöiset perfluoratut yhdisteet yhdistetään esimerkiksi siihen, että pienillä lapsilla rokotevaste heikkenee. Eli kun he saavat rokotteita, niin heidän elimistö ei enää kehitäkään vasta-aineita samaan malliin. Ja meillä EU:ssa on aika edistyksellinen kemikaalilainsäädäntö, REACH, jonka ajatuksena on, että niitä kemikaaleja, joita käytetään, niin ne pitäisi pystyä osoittamaan turvallisiksi. Ja se on hirvittävän hieno ajatus ja tosiaan hyvä lainsäädäntöä, mutta valitettavasti kuitenkin todellisuus on se, meillä on EU:ssa noin 100 000 kemikaalia käytössä, riippuen vähän, että miten niitä lasketaan, mutta niitä on tosi paljon. Ja niiden kemikaalien testaaminen on hidasta, kallista. Sitten jos jotain terveysvaikutuksia testataan, niin pitäisi tietää, mitä haetaan. Ja jos ei tiedetä, niin sitten ei myöskään saada sitä selville, että mitä muita terveysvaikutuksia vaikka voi olla. Sen lisäksi, että saataisiin joku kemikaali kielletty lainsäädännössä EU-tasolla, niin se on tosi hidas prosessi, koska siellä on usein lobbausta eri suuntiin ja aina ne tutkimustulokset on jossain määrin epävarmoja. Ei voida ehkä olla ihan 100% varmoja, että onko se juuri tämä kemikaali, joka aiheuttaa tämän vaikutuksen. Ja siksi se kieltämisen prosessi on usein hyvin hidas. Ja sen takia sellaisiakin kemikaaleja, minkä tiedetään tai ainakin epäillään aiheuttavan haittavaikutuksia, niin voi edelleen käyttää. Niitä on sallittu käyttää erilaisissa kuluttajatuotteissa, rakennusmateriaaleissa, maataloudessa, joka puolella meidän yhteiskunnassa. Ja sitten toisaalta monet niistä haitallisimmista kemikaaleista, niin ne on myöskin aika pysyviä ympäristössä. Me otettiin esimerkiksi tässä Emperest-hankkeessa noin 70 näytettä Turun ympäristöstä eri puolilta, hulevesistä, rannikkovesistä, kaloista, erilaisista kaupunkipuroista. Ja näistä 70 näytteestä vain 3 ei sisältänyt sellaista perfluorattua yhdistettä, joka kiellettiin 2009. Eli se, että nyt jos jotakin kielletään, niin se ei välttämättä tarkoita, että se kemikaali häviää meidän ympäristöstä saman tien. Ja ne kemikaalit, mitä me nyt tällä hetkellä käytetään, niin tulee säilymään meidän ympäristössä monet niistä vielä tosi pitkään. Eli mitä me voidaan tehdä tälle asialle? Selkeästikään me ei voida vain odottaa EUn kemikaaliviranomaisia kieltämään erilaiset kemikaalit. Eli asioita voidaan tehdä jo vähän niin kuin etukäteen. Ja tällä hetkellä, tänään meillä on tässä paneelissa tarkoituksena, että me yritetään hahmottaa sitä, että mitä voidaan tehdä ja kenen pitäisi tehdä, kenellä on mahdollisuudet tehdä jotakin, kenen pitäisi ottaa vastuuta. Ja meillä on nyt täällä panelisteja vähän eri puolelta. Tässä kuvassa näkyy vähän sitä kemikaalien reittejä meidän yhteiskunnassa, eli tuolla teollisuus, erilaiset tuottaa kemikaaleja, tuotteita, joissa näitä kemikaaleja käytetään. On myös maahantuojat tuo paljon erilaisia kemikaaleja maahan, tai sitten ne tuo tuotteita, jotka koostuu kemikaaleista, missä voi olla näitä haitallisia kemikaaleja. Sieltä ne siirtyy erilaisille kuluttajille, yksityisille ja julkisille kuluttajille, palveluihin, josta ne joutuu taas jätehuoltoon, jätevesiin, sitä kautta osa niistä ympäristöön, ja tietysti sitten sieltä ympäristöstä maatalouden kautta ruokaan, ehkä juomaveteen, ja lopulta voidaan nähdä ehkä terveysvaikutuksia. Ja meillä on tosiaan täällä nyt sitten tästä kuvasta erilaisia toimijoita, ja me yritetään yhdessä nyt sitten hahmottaa tämän keskustelun avulla, että mitä tälle asialle kukakin voisi tehdä. Ja seuraavaksi, Pauli, haluaisitko sä esitellä itsesi ensimmäiseksi? Eli Pauli Aalto-Setälä on kansanedustaja, ja hän on ympäristövaliokunnassa ja on ollut paljon Itämeren suojelussa mukana. Ja haluaisitko kertoa alkuun, että mikä sun kytkös tähän kemikaaliasiaan ja ongelmaan on? Miten se näkyy tällä hetkellä sun työssä?
Joo, kiitos mielelläni. Oikeastaan se näkyy parhaiten just siinä ympäristövaliokunnan työssä, että mehän laaditaan lakeja ja koitetaan sekä ratifioida niitä maailmalta tulevia, mutta sitten myös omia. Esimerkiksi se kansallinen kemikaalilakihan on käsittelyssä ensi viikolla taas uudestaan. Ja REACHiin on hyvin perehtynyt kyllä. Että se on ihan niin kuin arkea istua siellä valiokunnassa ja miettiä, mikä on sekä ympäristön että ihmisen, mutta sitten myöskin niin kuin kilpailukyvyn kannalta niin kuin fiksu ja järkevää. Ja sitten se toinen sitten syy ja suhde on just toi, minkä mainitsit, että mä menin Itämerta puolustamaan eduskuntaa ja kyllä nämä kemikaalit sieltä merestä löytyy ja siihen liittyy ihan valtavasti työtä ja tehtävää vielä, vaikka kehitystä paljon on jo selvästi havaittavissa.
No sitten meillä on Helcomin varapääsihteeri Lotta Ruokanen. Kerrotko säkin samaan tapaan,
Environment Protection Commission, we have the Deputy Executive Secretary Lotta Ruokanen. Could you tell about your work related to this? Yes, thank you. I am Deputy Executive Secretary and also Senior Advisor. And one of the things that I'm coordinating and I'm responsible in our secretariat is that hazardous substances and chemicals. So in practice, this means that I'm coordinating the work that we do in our secretariat. We have experts of different projects and their work then supports the countries around Baltic Sea that are part of the contract that we have. And Helcom is now the one who is executing these decisions. So I am running these entities, and last year we had a lot of work, a lot of projects and new things that we started, so I will tell about those later. Thank you. Then we have Petri Tuominen from the CEO of Jyväskylä Region Wastewater Treatment Plant. So how are the chemicals related to your work? They are related. I am among this group of people the one who probably knows the least about REACH regulations. Soon you will know about those. Yes, thank you. I'm looking forward to having more knowledge on that. But in my own work, I am concentrating on how we can then process the wastewater so that we can take off the hazardous chemicals as well as possible and all the things that shouldn't be there. So we have thinking about investment plan for a long time, and in the 30s we are how to do the process for hazardous chemicals. So my job is to get to know what kind of a process we will then have, how we will do it, and what kind of project we will have. So then that we could then get rid of these chemicals that are needed. Then we have Laura Wallin from the city of Helsinki, head of unit at the environmental protection. So how can you see chemicals in your work life in Helsinki? Actually, chemicals is not one segment that we have, but we look the chemicals from different angles, and we are thinking about how to guide it so that there would be less chemical strain, and we probably talk about public procurement and procurement later. And then something that is very concrete when we're talking about the PFAS. As this we have done at in Helsinki, we have been fishing to test and see how can we see the PFAS in the fish there, and we don't see like worrying amounts, but we do see that there are those, and we gave some recommendations for children and pregnant women based on those. I have earlier background about chemical legislation. I worked at the European Chemicals Agency, ECHA, earlier, and I have been working with the recirculation then, and it still continues that similar kind of work. Still, yes, work to be done. So talking about the Baltic Sea, Lotta, would you like to tell about the chemical strain in the Baltic Sea? How does the situation look like at the moment? Yes, of course, with the countries around the Baltic Sea and with the EU who are part of HELCOM. Of course, we do different things so that there will be less chemicals, but then we also follow the situation. Every 6 years we have this assessment, holistic assessment, and the newest one was from 2016 to 2021, so the data was from those years. We gathered data about chemicals and different in different beings and in the water and so on. And in autumn 2023, we published results. When we think about the chemicals, we can say, and in the total assessment, that actually at the moment, the hazardous substances are a bigger threat than eutrophication to the Baltic Sea. However, this is only based on 13 different indicators and impacts in the Baltic Sea. So we have agreed on certain limits. So it was worse than good for those, but now we know a lot more after we have published the total assessment. This spring we have now defined own priority substances for the Baltic Sea. For instance, 22 substances that we are worried about. So we have gathered a lot of data from public sources and from different countries, and we know we have a wider picture at the moment. So as you mentioned, that there are about 100,000 chemicals that are used in the European area, and how we then decided on our indicators. Substances, we were thinking about our framework, how do we gather data and how do we evaluate them, and then we had the mechanisms for prioritization. So we had about 1,500 different chemicals or groups, and we started with those, and now we have limited to 55 those. So we will then focus on those in the years to come. But it is a worrying situation, I must say. Now, Pauli, how do you think when you talk about the protection of the Baltic Sea and the Finnish Parliament, and things have been done there, and you try to do things, so how does this sound like from Lotta? Well, there are many diseases in the Baltic Sea, you might say, and we pollute it all the time, so it's not nice, have to say. However, I would like to say also, as we have people from the wastewater treatment plant WWTP, even though science is pretty clear in this matter, it is nice to hear that there have been, and it's nice to know that there are some things that have been done that are really good. For instance, phosphorium that affects eutrophication a lot. It's even half now less than it used to be because of the due processes in wastewater management, and we have noted we have had different ways to limit how much of these nutrients get to the sea. But now talking about toxins, yesterday I was in the Baltic Sea conference, and German people are worried about chemical weapons that are in the sea, and there is rust there and so on, and what is then happening, because 30 years, if you have the ocean going round and round, if you pee on it, it will be 30 years there. So these are shared issues and problems that we have. So as a politician, I have to believe now that I am a politician little by little. So there are so many different issues, and I think we should have done already more years back. But now, as I'm going to visit schools and islands, and I talk about the sea, the decisions to make a difference. What you consume yourself, what you eat, how do you process your water, they all impact, but it's slow work. How about then, so this was about wastewater and phosphorium, so it has been a success and lots of things have been done there to phosphorium, but what about the hazardous substances? Because wastewater treatment plants are planned to take these things out, nitrogen, phosphorium and so on, but not the new organic substances we're talking about. What about this situation? What does it require from the wastewater treatment plants in order to get those away from the water?
Well, it requires a brand new process. We need a new kind of treatment that's going to be carried out in the next decade. I believe it's going to be active carbon filtering that was developed some time ago already in this Swiss company. There was a pre-study about how that would work. And based on the load we have, there's already been plans on how that could be carried out in real life. So we know that there's technology there. The Swiss people have been doing it for a long time already, and they have a lot of experience on wastewater treatment. So now that when we will have the new urban wastewater directive reform, we need to comply with that, obviously, and we will know better what we need to do then. But there will be these different surveys about how to carry them out, the preliminary service of feasibility studies. And how expensive is this technology then? Well, we already got the first cost estimate from the Swiss solution, and we made some calculations. So we trust that the producer responsibility system will be incorporated into that, so that the industry will pay about 80% of the costs. And if it will be carried out, it won't be such a disaster. Our treatment cost for wastewater currently in Jyväskylä city, when we look at the capital costs and operative cost, is 57 cents per cubic meter. So for cubic. So there's not much to do about it. But when we include in that the treatment of the local wastewater, and if we can cover 80% of those costs from the producer side, we calculated that we might end up at 5 to 6 cent increase per cubic. So it would be about 10% increase on our treatment costs, and that doesn't seem unreasonable. No, it doesn't. When you consider that we can remove the toxins, if we can actually manage to remove the toxins produced by cosmetics and the pharmaceutical industries, they are obviously those instances that are against this reform. And I wonder why the Polish people and companies are complaining about it, since they are also a Baltic Sea state. Sounds strange, but I do believe that you will have it solved in the European Parliament, and the producer liability will step into force. Well, at least I am in favor of it, but of course I'm not in the EU, but I will do my best in any case. And if we won't have it, there will be higher prices, and consumers will pay for it in their water bills. And there's also the side to it that when the technologies are at the last stage of the water treatment, the sludge has already been removed, and we can't really affect the quality of the sludge there. or the sludge probably. So it's true, because the sludge also contains these harmful chemicals, and it is very difficult to remove them from that material. It has to be either burned, or we can use the pyrolysis. But I don't know what we will do with the biocarbon then. And there's a lot of sludge in the Kakola treatment plant. You have about 5-6 truckloads of sludge leaving the plant. So we need to place it somewhere. It just won't disappear into thin air. And part of the chemicals and nutrients are important. And when we can separate them, we can use the good substances and incorporate that into the circular economy. That's right. So it will affect our circular economy. And that environment construction, for example, is one area where the treatment plant sludge should be used, because they need nutrients there. But if that contains too many chemicals, we might end up with problems there. Laura, how do you see when I said that in urban streams we can find these harmful substances? Can they be removed from there? Perhaps I can comment on the biocarbon business. We have tried it in Helsinki exactly because it would help us in reaching our target, so we can use this biochar for some purposes, and we haven't utilized it yet. We have used the wastewater treatment plant sludge as one substance, how that could be used in that context. But then about the storm waters, so this is what comes down from the skies, that water, and is not treated in any plants. This is municipalities' responsibility to take care of that. And now that climate change is reality, and these heavy floods and rains have become more common, this is now part of our new urban strategy. And for a longer time, we've been trying to figure out how we can control this in a manner that would make sense. And developing a technological system in an urban environment requires a development of substantial infrastructure within the urban structures, and that is quite tricky. And we're not even sure if it's possible. So we are more turning towards the solution of developing nature-based solutions on controlling stormwaters. So we get many advantages. In addition to the stormwaters, we can get recreational value from that. These kinds of areas become very beautiful, and they also support in the wetlands, and they support the diversity of the nature. And we actually have one wetland that since 2017 has been there, and it has worked very well in controlling the stormwaters from central Pasila, which is kind of central area. And before it gets to the natural waterways, it's not treated in any way. And we can actually maintain the harmful distances in the soil. And of course, when the soil will have too many of these substances, we might need to treat the soil somehow. And this question with the stormwaters is very important, and it will also require legislation, because basically everything now is running down to the Baltic Sea, apart from maybe the northern areas of Finland. And everything that goes down there also contains plastics, and we have found microplastics in organs and brains of people. And so there's a lot of research on that, and the amount of plastics is massive. We all know that there's plastic in cigarette butts, for example, but a lot of these substances still end up in the drains, and they shouldn't be. And we don't really have any limit values for stormwaters right now, so anything can go down the stream with that. And the stormwater is also related to this business, so that we've tested biochar in Finnish towns in various green area solutions where stormwaters are treated. So we might find synergies so that we can use biochar in containing tying up the carbon, but harmful substances in the stormwaters come from roads and streets, from buildings, rooftops we can get. Heavy metals also, but there's a lot of experience in Sweden and Finland of how to use these green areas for basically filtering the storm waters, and car tires also are a big source for these harmful substances. In the EU Chemical Agency, there was a lot of thought about how we can include microplastics as a harmful chemical. Well, we managed to do that, but it was a big debate and everybody had a view on that. Some years back, there was a master's thesis in Jyväskylä University, and there we studied how 10 millimeter filtering will clean the wastewater from microplastics and so yes, we can purify the water, but then the microplastics end up in the sludge and thereby in the soil, in gardens. So what it will do there is another question. An interesting question. So we have now got to the point to see that it's difficult to remedy these chemicals, and it seems that it might be a better idea to reduce the amount of chemicals ending up in the wastewater and in the soil. So how do you think we could affect the consumers and consumer awareness in this respect? Well, one thing that I'm concerned about and that I've been working for is in the parliament. Consumers' understanding of plastic waste is not very extensive yet, and we have a lot to do there. And currently, on the EU level, we try to stop the Chinese plastic from arriving in Europe, and the amounts are huge. In the committee, people ask whether you have the right decimal points there, because we get tens of thousands of packages per day in Finland and billions in Europe that is sent here and never leaves our environment. So that's one thing all consumers who are listening in now, never buy from Temu. It's actually an environmental crime. We can never protect people from buying stupid things, but we would need to find a nice way of encouraging people to use products that are safe to use. And Tukes, for example, have found many genuinely hazardous products coming from China. So purchasing goods, and which is actually a recent trend of ordering goods from far away for a very low price, but we are trying to take measures against this, and we have an action plan for the city where we have measures to raise awareness among the public with regard to these. And some of these projects are common to the whole EU, and some are then specific to each country. And we get a lot of support from the project and also from NGOs. We have over 60 observation organizations in HELCOM, and many of them are national players, so it helps a lot. But when we have chemicals everywhere, then it means that we can also interfere everywhere, in the stores, at home, when you're out there sailing, at your workplace. You can pay attention to these things in many places. and having environmental science in products is one thing, or labels. And I think this message reaches those who are already interested in this, and the great masses who are not into this will not care. So how many of you, when you're in the supermarket, try to see what chemicals the products you're about to purchase will contain? Well, less than half of these people here, and you are the interesting people. And I think it's not just about your interest, but it's because it's so difficult. But the chemical content is a difficult approach. If you think about having an environmental label or fair trade label, so complying with various standards that will help consumers. And there's been also the risk of greenwashing things, so we need to be careful about that. But when we think about material coming from outside the EU, it doesn't apply to those products. We can't prevent them. Then there are municipalities. Municipalities have a lot of purchasing power for billions of euros, and they are consumers that can invest in awareness and make choices that can be more ambitious than what the legislation actually currently provides. Laura, would you like to tell us about how through public procurement you try to reduce the amount of chemicals? Sure. Helsinki is the largest public buyer in Finland. We buy with 5 billion per year. So that actually creates some leverage to the market as well. And it is a question of balancing, pushing the market towards a more ambitious direction with regard of environmental values. But it also takes enlightened and informed municipality decision makers to make sure we can get hold of them. We have an impact on 3 different levels on this issue. We are involved in this by those levels. First of all, we have a Green Deal agreements with the Ministry of the Environment. We have also a reduction of harmful substances in early education Green Deal that we're committed to, and they are for us these kinds of things that encourage us to do that. So it's important to have a national network in place for this, and we try to also incorporate it into our national Green Deal. But in more concrete terms, through developing responsible purchases, we think about the criteria that we could introduce into our agreement so that we could make the market operators steering towards a direction where they provide us with safer products. And here, this non-HAS City 3, which is one of the Interreg projects also involved in this thing, has been in a big role for us in the past few years. And we focus on the construction materials, how to reduce harmful materials there. And we think, and as I've seen the very theoretical preparation on the EU level of legislation, this is the more concrete level where we can have more impact and faster than what the heavy European legislation is. So this is a way to have a quicker impact on things. That's true. I've also been involved in the criteria work as a chemicals expert. For example, creating criteria of not using harmful chemicals in the toys that daycare centers, for example, purchase. And we've been in collaboration with many businesses, but they say that they can't know what their products contain. So, Pauli, I think we would need to, maybe you somehow represent the corporate side as well. How could we wake companies up to make sure that your competitive edge will be maintained towards the Chinese competitors, for example? You have to know what chemicals your products contain. Well, it's true. It is a competitive edge in Europe to say that we actually comply with rules. And although I'm not a business leader myself, if you think about it for a while, why corporations have a negative attitude towards regulation, it is the competition setup. We have China and other countries outside of the European Union that have their whole own sets of rules. And if EU is good at anything, it's in regulation. And we are world-class players in that, and we have regulations for everything. But as far as toxics and chemicals are concerned, despite the fact that I'm in favor of market economy and have worked for companies my whole career, it's easy to accept that. But the point is that I believe it could be a competitive advantage for us, and many companies say it already is an advantage for them. But it's the same as with the price of water treatment. When the price goes up, and that will raise prices according to the right rules, it then again weakens your market position. Sometimes it makes sense, sometimes it doesn't. And I think chemicals are a good example for circular economy. We used to use sodium carbonate in the water treatment, and it was very expensive to use it. And we were thinking of replacing it with something else. And we found that we could use from the pulp industry the lime. And we felt that that might be quite tricky, but we tried finding out what the technology would be to use that. And we actually succeeded in that. It is one of the best investments we ever made, a million-scale investment that paid itself back within a year. And also our carbon footprint was reduced tremendously, which we only realized afterwards. And this is a fine example of a profitable circular economy procurement. And Petri, I wanted to ask you, because the wastewater treatment process is exceptional in the sense that you cannot select the incoming material. The treatment plant has to be able to treat everything that comes there through the pipelines, both in terms of quality and quantity. So there are no ways basically to stop that influx and say we want. So how can you affect the kind of water that industry is giving you? That's a good question. About a decade ago, we had a problem of receiving such chemicals in the plants that our systems collapsed, and it took us some time to run them up again. After that, we started a project to really pay attention to our agreements. And we used to just have 2 different agreements in place at the time, and now we have at least 25. And now we no longer have to fear that such chemicals would come from the industry, that they would destroy our processes. And this consequence with the industrial wastewater is that there are tests run on that regularly, and we can see if there is any content changing. And this was a big but important project.
If I can continue, we had a process where we were thinking about how to do those and developing, and what is the situation in different countries and what is the role of different actors. For instance, when you think about municipality and they have their WTPs, is this owned by the municipality or is it a private treatment plant, and what is the importance of the plant? And we thought about different practices, what would work, and we were sharing with others, for instance, like how can we build confidence between different agents? We, of course, need political willingness inside the municipality. For instance, people not just thinking that we have to have these jobs here and not also making some requiring something from the industries, but then like building practical trust. something is said in the contract. The business itself tells what comes from there. It might be, for instance, might not to be like toxins. Sometimes it might be even like, milk coming through the drain. But when people know each other, for instance, if a mistake happens in the process or something, they will tell immediately. And then at the wastewater treatment plant, they can then make something so that it can be the harms can be prevented, or there might be some pre-processing at the factories or something. So very also practical ways about communication, and then how the municipality as an authority is surveying and supervising kind of this or surveying this, how can they do things. And actually, I would like to ask something about Lotta now, as Pauli was mentioning that it's an international problem. The fact that we are doing something in Finland about the chemicals, it's not a solution that is enough. We would need to do something in the Baltic Sea area and also internationally. So what should be done next when we think about chemicals and we think about the cooperation in the Baltic Sea area? As I said above, we have done a lot in recent years, even after 21, when that was the last year that we had in our holistic assessment. So we now have the framework for assessment and prioritizing. We gather new information about data from the countries. We have the new priority substances and substances that worry us the most. And now we are thinking about a regional action plan for the hazardous substances. For instance, when we think about noise under the water or something, we have separate programs for that. And then we have the more holistic program, Baltic Sea Action Plan, that we revised in 2021. So by 2030, we should have about 30 different action points that we should do related to chemicals. And this year, 25, is the first year that we make the report. Some of the things are something that are made with all the countries. Some are for some. And when we know about the action points that we all share, we are doing rather well. About the national ones, we will have more information during this winter, and then we will have this HELCOM Explore tool. We will publish the reports on the situation there. But for instance, the EU is also involved in HELCOM, so we have the new directive for urban wastewater. This is good development, and there have been different piloting projects about how to remove chemicals, a bit similar work that has been done in Jyväskylä already. And then thinking about where there are some other directives that are revised. We are also following global processes, for instance, global framework on chemicals and the Stockholm Treaty, Rotterdam Treaty, and so on. So these are international treaties, and a lot has been done, but we also have our own processes, and I think we are going rather nicely with them at the moment. What about going back to the municipal level from the international level, so like the root level? What do you think, Laura? What is the next important step for the chemical problem, and who should do this? I think this is a shared issue. This is a very complex issue, a typical issue where you don't have only one agent or actor who could do something and solve it. So we need everyone. There is legislation, there is wastewater treatment, there is HELCOM, and there are municipalities, for instance. And I prefer the actions that reduce the amount of toxins to start with. In the end, that is the most cost-efficient way as well, and best for the ecosystem. So we continue with the criteria for procurement. Public procurement is an art in itself, you could say, so we have to think how could we add those criteria to when we make requests for businesses to make their offers. So how can we have a more chemical-free direction ahead so that we don't have, well, of course, many chemicals, but when we think about the hazardous chemicals. What about the audience? Do you have any questions? How does this sound? Are you convinced? There is a question over there. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm Sami Saranperä from a quality manager at the Turku wastewater treatment and have been in a few months in this. And earlier I was working over 15 years as a hydrologist in the related field or in this field, and very good discussion with good points. If I had heard this for the first time, I would be rather worried. What are the things that might be in the water that we're drinking? So I could just briefly want to convince the audience that these matters are not new to the people who are actually making the drinking water. So we have analyzed these things in our water already during the 5 years, and even the newest ones. So in Turku area, when you are drinking the water from the tap water, it is safe to drink that. Thank you. Thank you, Sami. This is true, and I can on my behalf also confirm that in Finland, drinking water that comes from the tap, it is it's safe, thinking on international level, and it has been monitored and so on. So we don't need to worry about drinking tap water here. We have 1 minute left, so a couple of comments maybe have to be left out, but would somebody like to give some final words for the audience to take away? What Laura said, I would like to continue from that. So starting from the production planning, then legislation, criteria there, then consumers' choices. They can be individual consumers or businesses. So we have upstream and downstream measures. We need all of those. We need actions from all different sectors, and this is the way how we can tackle these issues. Exactly. So we cannot just put the whole weight to individual consumers. Yes, I say amen to that, and this has been a good discussion. This is something we don't talk that much. There are not 1,000 people hearing what we have to say about chemicals, but this is a matter that concerns everyone, so it's important. Thank you so much for all of our excellent panelists, and thank you for the audience. Thank you for joining and listening what we have to say. Thank you.
Kiitos paljon keskustelijoillemme todella mielenkiintoisesta keskustelusta.
Thank you so much for this interesting discussion. Next, we will have a short break. You can go to the upper room. There is a European cafe. You can go and get some coffee for yourself or some snacks, and we will continue at 1:30 on this stage. See you soon.
streamed online. If you wish to take part in the conversation, you may scan the QR code on the screen behind me to access the chat. That's all from me. I'll give the floor to the moderator of this program, Kirsi Ahlman, Deputy Director of the Centrum Balticum Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome all. Welcome to the discussion on circular nutrients for sustainable supply and energy independence. As said, my name is Kirsi Ahlman, and I work for the Centrum Balticum Foundation located here in Turku, and I will serve as the moderator for this discussion today. In this discussion, we will talk about nutrient recycling. By nutrient recycling, we mean the recovery and reuse of nutrients such as nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium as part of the circular economy. These nutrients are used as fertilizers in agriculture. The challenges of nutrient recycling are therefore closely connected to issues like food production, nature, and sustainable development. With Russia's war of aggression, food security and self-sufficiency have entered the security debate as the war affected fertilizer prices. Russia plays a role in the fertilizer production, especially for nitrogen. Producing nitrogen is very energy intensive and mostly manufactured using Russian gas. Meanwhile, phosphorus used in fertilizers is imported from outside the EU. About 70% of the world's mined phosphate reserves are located in sub-Saharan Africa. Agriculture depends heavily on fertilizers, so any disruption in fertilizer markets can have significant consequences. Even before the war, some stakeholders were already concerned about the depletion of mined phosphorus, which is mainly used in fertilizers. This means that discussions on nutrient recycling have been ongoing for about 2 decades already, even before the war brought new attention to the issue. In Finland, nutrient recycling is often associated with the discussion on eutrophication of the Baltic Sea or on biogas production. Centrum Balticum Foundation is a partner in an Interreg Baltic Sea region-funded Synergy project, which focuses on recovering nutrients from agricultural, industrial, and municipal waste streams. The aim is to create fertilizers from recycled nutrients and promote nutrient recycling across the Baltic Sea region. Recycled nutrients support sustainable agriculture, environmental protection, and national self-sufficiency. Our panelists here today, Erik, Sari, and Tero, will tell us more about their work in our joint project during this session. And we will now proceed with our panelists, presenting first their prepared statements, focusing on their expertise in nutrient recycling. We'll start with Elsie. You're not a partner in our project, but you work in the EU level. So, you are the coordinator for Policy Area Nutri in the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region. The strategy was launched in 2009, and Policy Area Nutri is one of the strategy's 14 thematic areas. The theme of nutrient recycling is a core part of your work, but what or who exactly are you coordinating?
Thank you, and thank you for having me here. That's a good question. Our effort is to try to coordinate people that are working in different topics that are related to reducing nutrient emissions or nutrient recycling. So we try to make people cooperate and produce more impact that are working in different projects, different stakeholders, and so on. The idea is to, by putting all the efforts together, to make more results and more impact eventually. Hope so, at least.
Yes. Thank you, Elsie. And then next to me is Erik Sinjö. You work as a senior researcher at the RISE Research Institute of Sweden, and your work has a focus on bioeconomy and health thematics. You are leading the Synergy project that I just mentioned in the beginning. What kind of developments have you seen in the public debate on nutrient recycling?
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me here and for having this this important, what I think is a very important session topic. As you mentioned, it's been the idea of nutrient recycling has been going on for maybe 20 years or so, a couple decades, if not longer. But I think I'm very happy that now, and I've been working for this in this for a long time, and for many years it was more or less nobody was really interested in nutrient recycling. But now, as you said, because of the background, because of the issues with the disruption of the global supply chain and the pandemic, and then the war in Ukraine disrupting the energy, the natural gas supply, the phosphorus issue, all of these issues are coming up, and it's becoming very understood, at least on a policy level, that we need circularity in our nutrients. We need circular bioeconomy around nutrients. We need this for a society, sustainable society in the long term. It's not just about agriculture, it's about securing our food supply, it's about energy, it's about waste management, it's about minimizing eutrophication. It's everything is tied into recycling nutrients, and I think it's becoming more and more known that we really do need to work on this, and that I think is very positive.
Thank you, Eric. And then on the other side, we have Sari Luostarinen. Sari works as a principal specialist at Luke, so Natural Resources Institute Finland, which functions under the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. Sari, you have worked with nutrient recycling for a long time and led, for example, the Manu Standard project. What has changed in the nutrient recycling debate during your career?
Yeah, well, thanks again from my side as well for being able to join this session. Yeah, I think I have to echo what you and Eric already said, that in the beginning, I think about 20 years ago, we were more thinking on the lines of that we would like to process, for instance, livestock manure to produce biogas, and the nutrients were sort of in the sidelines of that. But then gradually, the nutrient issue has become more important. It maybe started from the waste management point of view, that we need to reduce emissions into the environment, and we need to reduce the loading into the waters. But then all these issues about security of supply and self-sufficiency have become more and more important, and especially in the last few years after all these different disruptions in the sort of world order even. So for me, sort of like when we were working, we already knew these self-sufficiency issues and things like that before, but now they've sort of become really apparent for other people as well, other than working only in this line of issue. But yeah, so maybe that has evolved.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, and then going to practical side, we have Tero Liukas, owner of the Tero Liukas Oy, which is a logistics company involved in the Synergy project. Your company has an agreement with HSY, which is Helsinki Region Environmental Services, to manage the marketing and distribution of liquid digestate from the Ämmässuo biogas plant directly to the farms. What kind of developments have you seen in the field during your time working with nutrient recycling?
This nutrient recycling is growing all the time, and it's more popular with the farms. And this kaupan puoli, eli kaupan puolella niin ollaan myös.
You mean like businesses anyhow?
Niin kuin kaupan puolellakin on syy.
Koko lause.
Niin. Eli niin kaupatkin on alkanut jossain määrin ymmärtää kierrätystä.
Yeah, even like grocery stores and different businesses are becoming more involved in recycling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that was a short opening round, and great to have you all here, if I didn't say that already. So we will now move on to hear more and go into more depth to the thematics. We will now do it so that we'll start with Tero. this time. So this intervention will then highlight really concrete actions in nutrient recycling, and then the following statements will build on this, moving step by step to the EU level. So, Tero, your company has invested in NIR technology.
Yeah.
You can tell about this, which allows for precise measurement of nutrients in transported slurry. From your perspective, from a perspective of entrepreneur, how has nutrient recycling appeared in your work? What kind of investments has it required? We would be interested to hear more about this.
Okay.
Yes, and you have slides, and I have the click here. Oops. Let's see. Does it work like this? Yes, we have a picture behind me.
I think it's okay.
Okay. My company works with nutrient recycling. We move slurry from farms to field and to biogas plants. And we bring digestate from biogas plants back to the fields. And why I do this work? Because I see clearly how farm byproducts can be turned into energy and the fertilizers. Biogas plants use slurry for energy production. This process turns slurry into digestate. And digestate can be used in the fertilizers. When digestate is used well, it reduces chemical fertilizers, it cuts emissions, it saves farmers money, and biogas can replace fossil fuels. So, logistics is not only transport, it's part of the circular economy. And when I started about 18 years ago, Finland had only few small biogas plants. Recycling was not systematic. Today things are very different. Biogas plants are growing fast, storage, spreading of nutrients are planned, and data guides more and more of the work. For my company, this means we invest not only drugs but also in the new technology. One of the biggest steps has been NIR technology. We use Evonik device made by Dinamica Generale, and this Dinamica Generale is the world's leading maker of NIR devices. They have more than 15 years of experience. And today, I also have one NIR device here with me. And this tool we use in practice directly on our trucks or trailers. With this device, nutrients measured instantly, right at the farms or biogas plant. So what you see here, it's not theory. It's real practical technology already working in Finland. And how does it work? The light shining the slurry and the spectrum is red. Each nutrient has some kind of own fingerprint and each nutrient, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and dry matter has own fingerprint. So the software shows result instantly. So the nutrient levels are known before transport begins. And why this is so important? It means we know nutrient content right away, not for a days or week later from the lab. Farms can plan fertilization more accurately and to add more or take away some nutrients when fertilizing. Biogas plant gets real-time information on feedstock quality. For example, a pig farm, the nutrient content of manure depends on the feed. If the feed changes, the nutrient levels and the dry matter can also change. This Evonik shows that immediately. This helps farms make better fertilization plans. And this kind of NIR is used already in the feeding to study feed inputs in the farm animals. In the future, Evonir could also show the true gas potential of manure and grass feedstock. This is very good news for the biogas plant. And about this, our Sinurki project, we have very good results in this project, and that's the reason why we bought 2 more devices in our trucks. And now we have 3 Evonir in our trucks, and worldwide only 4 are installed on the trucks. So my company is truly global front runner. And the potential of the NIR is very big. Already today, there are versions that can study grass silage and other biomass. Soon it may be possible to only to measure nutrients, but also analysis of true gas potential of manure and grass feedstock. This means more opportunities. For farms, better data nutrients, better fertilization plants, improved production of food and energy. For biogas plants, the change to know feedstock quality and gas potential before processing. For farms in the future, energy production could become an extra source of income. In short, nutrient recycling is my everyday work, not on the road. On the road and in the field. It's not an idea, it's the real solution that connects farms, plants, and logistics. My motivation comes from this. We can join economy and environment and make nutrient recycling both good business and path to sustainable future. Thanks.
Thank you, Tero.
Yeah.
I think you had a couple of more pictures.
Yeah.
This is the second one. Then we have here.
And there is the NIR device in the truck.
Mm-hmm.
And there is the screen where we see every crop and the levels of the crop.
Yeah. Maybe one more.
That's an example of how the results are shown in the system.
Yeah. I think it's amazing that when you say that 4 of these machines in the world and you have 3.
Yeah.
That is top notch. Definitely. Thank you, Tero. Yes. Okay, then moving to Sari. Luke is a partner organization in Sinurki project, and Luke has this experimental facility Biopaja, which is located in Jokioinen, and this Biopaja plays an important role in cooperation with Tero's company. And I have understood that Biopaja contributes to the project's support center function, providing technical support for nutrient recycling trials. And those samples analyzed with NIR technology are sent to Biopaja. So based on your work in this project and of course your earlier experience in general, can you tell us where nutrient-rich resources are located and where the recycling actions should be targeted at the moment?
Okay, so first about our cooperation between Luke and Tero's company. So the NRI system it's a near-infrared system that, as Tero said, is sort of reading the samples and then comparing it to a big data base of similar materials and trying to identify the level of nutrient content in the slurry or digestate or whatever being transported. So you need to have this database and to sort of calibrate the system as best possible for the Finnish slurries and digestates and such transported. We've been taking samples so that they are analyzed with the NRI device and then in our lab. so that we can make sure that the results the system gives when transporting these materials to the farms or to the biogas plants is as accurate as possible. And then to this question of where these nutrient recycling activities should be sort of targeted, it depends on well, basically two things. The other one is that where these recyclable biomasses are located and where the nutrients are needed. So you need to be able to compare that. So in the Synergy project and also nationally in Finland, we have been working on trying to estimate the nutrient recycling potential in the Baltic Sea region. And this is something that we do by calculating how much of these different recyclable biomasses we have in the countries and where they are located and how much of nitrogen and phosphorus they contain. So these biomasses that I refer to, they mostly include livestock manure, which is usually in every country the major recyclable biomass. It contains the most of nitrogen and phosphorus to be recycled. But then it can also be sewage sludge from the wastewater treatment plants, municipal bio-waste that each of us hopefully carefully sort at our homes and in the restaurants, canteens, other public places to eat. And then it can be some industrial materials, for instance, from food processing industry. There's several side streams that can be recycled as fertilizing products after processing. But then, so we try to figure out how much of these materials is being produced in each country and how much nitrogen and phosphorus they contain. And then we try to figure out as precisely as possible where they are located, so that where we have these materials, and then we compare that to where the fields needing the phosphorus and nitrogen are located. And when we see sort of a conflict there, that in this area there's too few recyclable biomasses with the nutrients in comparison to how much fertilization is needed there, then we talk about a deficit area. And then in some other places there is a surplus. So there's a lot of recyclable biomasses available, but not all is needed around the same place for fertilization. So this way we can see that where we need to do nutrient recycling activities so that we are able to transport from the surplus areas to the deficit areas, and also to regionally just sort of relocate the nutrients to the places where they are needed. So that's what we are doing. And I actually have a Finnish map here as an example. This is these kind of things we are doing in Finland. So this is in the municipal level. And there's a comparison between phosphorus in livestock manure and then phosphorus fertilization need in each municipality. And then you can easily see where there's most surplus with the darker colors and where there's deficit of livestock manure phosphorus in comparison to the fertilization need. So we are able to see that in the western and southwestern part of Finland, we should do some things to relocate part of the manure phosphorus to other parts of the country. So I think, yeah.
Good. Thank you.
We're doing these same kind of things to the other countries in the Baltic Sea region now.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And when talking about our joint project, as said in the beginning, the aim is to expand the nutrient recycling beyond agriculture into municipal and industrial waste streams. So, Erik, as I have said many times already, we have so many years of experience in this panel, and as do you personally as well. What challenges have you encountered in moving from beyond manure to other nutrient-rich resources?
That's a really good question. As Saudi pointed out, manure is, in general, it's the largest source of nutrient-rich biomass of different types of waste streams in all countries around the Baltic Sea. Manure is generally, it's in most cases, most farms, livestock farms have cropping fields close by. So we have a long history of utilizing the nutrients in manure in agriculture, recycling them back to agriculture. So for many years, what Saudi and I have been focusing on is just trying to make that use of manure more efficient, trying to decrease losses of nutrients and trying to make sure that more of it is used in the crop production. But now, as we're moving toward circular nutrient systems and a bioeconomy around nutrients, we're looking at other waste streams, and we're also seeing, and what we've seen in many cases, that there are areas, many of these darker areas are where the livestock density is actually too high for the agriculture around. So you have kind of a surplus of nutrients, even though there's agriculture around. So then we come into these issues, then we come into these aspects. How are we going to move? It's kind of a technical issue. Now we lost the picture up there, but you remember what it looked like. There's a big distance between areas where they have the surplus and where we have the deficit. So one of the big problems is with manure and with digestate from the biogas plants. So this excellent way for us to recycle many of the other waste streams from household waste, from restaurants, from food industry, goes to the biogas plant. We extract the energy, and then we have the digestate afterwards, where the nutrients are, and that we need to get back to agriculture. The only problem is it's about 95% water. So there's a lot of transport with water, and that's just not efficient when we're looking at these distant scales that we need to be able to do. So where a lot of our research and development is going in now is technical solutions for separating the nutrients out of these waste streams and concentrating them into fertilizer products that can be transported at a greater distance without increasing carbon dioxide emissions and using diesel consumption and everything else that goes along that. So these technological issues of separating the nutrients, concentrating them, and producing products is really what's going to be key to being able to redistribute nutrients to have a more balanced regional nutrient level, and without having the surplus and the deficit. And also, when we do that, because these areas of deficit, what they're using now is they're importing mineral fertilizers to be able to use that. So the idea with nutrient recycling is that if we can create nutrient products from these surplus nutrients, then we can reduce our dependence on mineral fertilizers. We can reduce our dependence on mined phosphorus and natural gas produced nitrogen fertilizers. So this is a win-win solution. Plus, it's also dealing with the decreasing waste stream. Having a more effective balance is going to decrease losses, so it'll reduce eutrophication, which is a big win for the Baltic Sea and for our water ecosystems. So these technological issues are a big challenge. I don't want to take up too much time because we need questions in the end, but there are a lot more that needs to go in that, because to be able to jumpstart this, we need policy support. We need help to encourage, to make it easier, because there are a lot of technologies that are working, but they're very small scale, and we need a lot of structural support in the system to be able to create industry standards for how these different small scale products are going to look and work, so that farmers know how to use the products. Farmers can feel confident in using these alternative fertilizers, and so that everything will be worked in. So we also, in the project Synergy and another sister project, Fertitech, which is a Horizon Europe project, we're working very much on these other aspects as well, not just technology solutions for the actual technology of recycling the nutrients into products, but also drafting industry standards for how to evaluate these different products in reference to mineral fertilizers, which farmers are used to using. We're also looking at how to develop policy support and increase acceptance of these alternative fertilizers among farmers. So all of these different aspects really need to be taken into trying to find solutions that are going to work and that are going to lead us in the long term to be able to reduce our dependence on mineral fertilizers. I think I said enough now.
Yeah. Thank you, Erik. Yeah, I think this bridges the discussion nicely to the next level, meaning the EU level that I promised in the beginning. You mentioned policy support needed, structural support needed, balanced regional nutrient level, and this brings us to macro-regional level and then EU level. So, Elsie, as the coordinator of Policy Area Nutri, working with the implementation of the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region, can you tell us about the goals for nutrient recycling within your specific policy area? And how does the strategy affect nutrient recycling?
Thank you. Maybe a few words about the whole strategy first. We have quite many different policy areas that are working inside the EU SPSR. It covers basically the whole society, and saving the sea is under it as one of the main objectives. There we have Policy Area Nutri, also hazards, bioeconomy, and so on. And as a whole, the whole strategy, our aim is to help with the cooperation, of course, but also cooperate with so-called third countries, because we are EU strategy, then it's important for us to also reach out to countries that are in the process of joining EU or candidate countries. So Ukraine, for example, is important stakeholder for us nowadays. And as a whole, basically, the idea is to help people cooperate so we can make more impact, like I mentioned at the beginning. Yes, seuraava vielä. And for policy area, nutrient recycling is just one of the main actions that we have, but is very important. For the Baltic Sea, we have Helsinki Commission that is leading kind of the policy making in the region, and they have something called Baltic Sea Action Plan, and it has actions in it that are focused on nutrient recycling. So those are very important. And it also has regional nutrient recycling strategy. There's specifically promoting nutrient recycling. And Nutri is coordinated by Center for Economic Development, Transport and the Environment for the Southwest Finland, so-called ELY Center here in Turku. And we have a second coordinator in Poland, kind of a state-level authority for water issues. And I wanted to kind of show all the different kinds of policies that are in EU level that are relevant for the nutrient recycling. It's a very complex topic, and it is systemic. To make the nutrient recycling work needs systemic change. So that's why it involves lots of different policies. And lots of the policies that are relevant are also being updated, or new ones are coming up. But it's important to notice that both the HELCOM Baltic Sea Action Plan and the EU policies, none of them have binding targets for nutrient recycling still. They are voluntary. And of course, there is discussion now that should we have binding targets? For example, the EU Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive only has mentioned to encourage reuse of nutrients. And it kind of prepares the field for developing further policies that would be supporting it. For example, EU Green Deal mentions legal requirements to boost the market for secondary raw materials with mandatory recycled content as a goal, but it hasn't happened yet. And also EU Circular Economy Action Plan refers to stimulating the market for recovered nutrients. So far there is no EU proposals published that would be doing that. Also, on top of the wastewater sector, agriculture is, like mentioned, even the bigger and more important for nutrient recycling. And in CAP policy, in Common Agricultural Policy, there is possible to make eco schemes kind of for supporting nutrient recycling, but how it's implemented in different countries differs really a lot. Finland has good policies already existing, but it seems that we are front runners in that sense that not many countries are that far yet. And this is one thing that we are also helping the countries to cooperate, that telling them that what kind of policies are developed in other countries so they can learn and also develop similar or improved policies in their own countries. We have done that through, for example, so-called PNutri talks, webinars, where we are presenting the policies from different countries, but also ideas for policies or challenges that different projects are working on. So bioeconomy is, of course, at the core kind of for nutrient recycling, and EU is now updating the bioeconomy strategy. The original one was published already some time ago, and now we are expecting that maybe we will have a new strategy end of this year, maybe next year. And we held this one of the ideas how we are helping the stakeholders cooperate is we participated to the EU's open consultation on the new bioeconomy strategy by making a joint statement with different projects. And Synergy, of course, was their major contributor, giving us a long list of different policy recommendations and so on. Many different projects participated, and we were able to make a joint statement that kind of emphasizes the issues that are relevant for the Baltic Sea region especially. This helps to make the EU policies relevant for the regions and for the kind of the local issues, like taking into account the bad state of the Baltic Sea, for example, better, hopefully, in the how the policies are written in the future. So, yeah, hopefully these kind of efforts will be continuing with new policies that will be in development. And I hope to see that in the EU level there will be a lot more coming than the bioeconomy strategy. I think now is really good time to help kind of develop the future that we want to see.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Elsie. And in case you're interested in the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region, contact Elsie or contact any of my colleagues, as it is so that Finland is very active in the strategy, in implementation of it, and Centrum Balticum Foundation is in the very core of the strategy. Here in Turku, Centrum Balticum hosts the Baltic Sea Strategy Point, which is the secretariat for the strategy, and we do the work together with our colleagues from the city of Hamburg. So many things happening here in Turku and in Finland in general, in relation to the EU level practical work. I think it's now time to move on to the questions from audience. I have the iPad here. I don't think I have questions here yet to our session. I don't see any. I think we do have the possibility for a mic here also. So are there any questions from the audience here in the room? Yes, there's one up there. So can we get the slides here as well? I can see it here in the... Four, okay, that was 1, 2, 3, and 4, I think, or not. Is this one?
Now it's coming. Yeah.
This one. Okay.
Can you hear me okay? So I'm just a lay person, and much of what you said, you must admit, is sort of very technical, goes right over people's heads. But I'm interested in Action Plan 1 and 2 there. You've got reduced nutrient emissions from agriculture and other diffuse sources, reduce nutrient emissions from urban areas. Can you give some practical examples of how that's happening for ordinary people, how the EU may be trying to encourage that? You're talking a lot about hopeful policies for the future. I think for the ordinary person who comes on here, like me, we'd need to know, how can we do something? How is the EU trying to encourage point 1 and 2? Is that okay? And I think also the Swedish guy said about how we can get people to sort of accept this, or some practical examples.
Do you mean in relation to nutrient recycling especially, or in general with the agriculture and urban areas?
Yeah, agriculture, but you've also got things like urban areas, and I presume that's ordinary people.
Most of the urban areas refers to wastewater treatment. So, of course, you use toilet like everybody does. So the waste goes to the wastewater treatment plants, and now the EU has just updated the urban wastewater treatment directive. So that is already increasing the how much of the nutrients have to be removed from the emissions that go to the sea, for example. So there is a kind of period that will now take place. I don't remember, was it even more than 10 years or something, that we will be increasing the limits, how much can go to the sea. But the biggest change maybe is that smaller municipalities than before have to have a centralized wastewater treatment. And then there are also lots of projects going on. For example, Nurse Coast project that is working on towns like maybe here in Finland, some of the small islands on the archipelago, they will have a problem of many tourists going there during the summer and kind of putting pressure on the wastewater treatment. So it kind of gets overburdened very easily. So new technical solutions are being developed for that.
Maybe I can also give a really practical example referring to the toilet. Don't flush any pharmaceuticals. Don't put your extra medicine into the loo, but take it to the pharmacist. They will recycle it properly and be dealing with it. And from the agricultural side, what can a layperson do? You can fix your diet maybe, follow the recommendations on how much meat you should be consuming, eat a lot of green things. These have an effect on the agricultural production, on the nutrient use, and eventually on the environment.
Yeah. What about you, Eric? Shortly.
Yeah, shortly. From the agricultural side, what can we do to try to help us achieve these reducing nutrient emissions? There, I think it's along the lines. I mean, from the farmer's perspective, there's a lot of things a farmer can do, but as the consumer, what can we do? And I think that's to buy locally. support local farmers and support farmers who are implementing good practices. I think good practices are really, they're the key, but using best available techniques and technologies in farming and agriculture is the key in supporting farmers that are doing this, even if it costs a little bit more to support these farmers. This is a big issue.
Thank you. I think we have used our time in this Euroforum this year. Thank you, speakers. Thank you to our audience, and I wish you, on behalf of Central Balticum Foundation, fruitful days in Euroforum tomorrow and then Friday too. Thank you.
A warm thank you to the speakers and the audience for an engaging discussion. It's now time for another break. The program will continue on this stage in an hour at 3:30 p.m. Meanwhile, the program will continue on the main stage and the little stage. The Europe Café on the second floor is also open. See you soon. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Nook. I'm Aino, your stage host here today. Our last program here in the Nook for today is starting here in a moment. Before that, I would like to remind you of some practicalities. All Europe Forum's programs are live streamed online. If you wish to take part in the conversation, you can scan the QR code on the screen behind me to access the chat. Thank you. Let's give the floor to the wonderful moderator of this program, Minna Arve, the Chief Executive Officer of Business Turku.
Hello everyone, very warmly welcome to this event discussing about women's health and that impacts on society, on business, our future possibilities as a country, as a area, region, and of course for businesses. I have here 3 amazing panelists with me, and I hope that you will be a very active audience and also challenge us in the chat. I will try to follow this chat online here and raise up some questions if you have them in that sense. But today we are focusing on the issue is very, very important. It's both a matter of equality and a major economic opportunity. Women's health. And here in Turku, we have launched Women's Health Hub Finland, a clear ambition to position Finland as an international leader in women's health research, innovation, and business. And this is not only about better healthcare for women. It's about competitiveness, it's about resilience, it's about building a more sustainable Europe and more equal Europe. And why does it matter? Because Europe is undergoing rapid demographic change, new health challenges are emerging, and societies are under pressure to remain both competitive and cohesive. Prioritizing women's health is not only the right thing to do, it's a smart investment in the well-being and productivity of our societies. And to illustrate you what is the gap at the moment, only around 1% of global health innovation budgets are dedicated to women's health, even though women make up more than half of the population. That is a gap we need to close. And that's what we are going to discuss here today. And I'm really delighted to welcome our distinguished panelist, Nina Ekholm-Wenberg. She's a chair of Pharma Industry Finland and Johnson & Johnson country director, bringing an industry-wide and ecosystem view. She's also having a long experience on the international pharma leadership, over a decade in this role, and made history this January as the first J&J representative to chair pharma industry in Finland. Am I correct?
You are spot on.
And signaling her commitment boosting Finland's innovation profile. Very warmly welcome.
Thank you very much.
That you're here. Tomi Penttilä, Managing Director, CEO of Bayer Suomi, of course also of the Turku site here in Turku, bringing a company level and innovation pipeline perspective. Tomi has been with Bayer Finland over 10 years and leads operations that export medicine globally. And Turku facilities even dubbed the contraception capital of the world due to its more than €1 billion success. Mm-hmm. And really interesting perspective to this discussion is coming from Ville Niinistö, very experienced politician, both nationally and European level member of the European Parliament, bringing the policy and EU framework perspective to this discussion. And that's also a very, very important aspect. This is the area where we are talking about is very regulated, and there is many kind of aspects to this discussion, and competitiveness of Europe is also one of those aspects. Ville is, of course, a Turku-born, or at least local-born politician here in the region, very familiar, and a track of record of principled leadership, resigning and as environment minister, having been steering lately the EU's this, now I forgot the word, you are working with the Russian delegation to defend human rights, and that's very important also aspect. So we have kind of two main topics we are discussing about, and we start how we will close this gap. So our question is from gap to solutions, and what gender-specific solution maybe your company like Bayer is already offering, or the industry is having there. Where do we see the biggest gap at the moment where we need to be addressing it, and how can the research organization, companies, and the policy framework together work to close this gap? So I'm first addressing to Nina, bringing the sector-wide and ecosystem perspective. So from that perspective, what are Finnish pharma companies currently making progress in women's health? And where do you see the most pressing gaps? And also maybe if you want to share your views on how can partnerships with academic research and EU funding projects accelerate time to market for women-specific innovations?
Wow, that was a quite big question to kick it off.
Maybe we are closing the gap.
It's good. And maybe overall, I think Finland, if I start with that one, is like a possibility to be a pioneer here. Usually Finland has been a pioneer when it comes to equality matters generally. Talk about like voting rights, talking about universal daycare that I actually had here in Turku as well. So I have a little bit connection with Turku, or education. My mom was here in the university. I think when it comes to health, we also would need to secure that we have equal access to health. And it's not the case worldwide, it's not the case in Finland either. And when you talk about women's health, all in all, I think it's both under-researched, it's underdiagnosed, it's also undertreated and underfunded. Like not all medications are, for example, reimbursed in Finland for really normal, but more or less every woman go through their stages of life. So I think it's not incentivized. Like in pharmaceuticals, we have good examples when you have incentivized, for example, pediatric research or rare diseases. So why don't do it here? And it should be done because €1 that you invest brings back €3. There's a lot of studies on this. So there's a lot of things we can do. But it needs to be incentivized. I think Tommy here will bring forward what Bayer does, some excellent work here in Turku and like being the capital of women's health, Turku worldwide, you could say. It's a fantastic example. We do a lot of clinical research in the medicinal space. Also my company represents do that, also in Finland. I think it needs to be further incentivized, this kind of clinical research in women's health. We need to also be better in the funding part, because in Finland currently it's 50% of new innovations don't come to Finnish patients' access. They don't get them in the treatment. And there's multiple reasons for that. We are the 16th country in Europe to get our medications. So there's 15 that gets prior to us. When you look at access to medicine, for example, Finland, it's an average of 444 days. So 25% longer it takes to Finland to get medicines versus Denmark versus Sweden. They are around 300. So these are things we need to do together. But I'm sure you have a good examples, for example, from Bayer, what you're doing in women's health currently and how you are progressing there.
Yeah, so we can continue to Tommy and company level and innovation pipeline to you. From your industry, or actually now coming to the Bayer's perspective, where are Finnish and European pharma companies currently making progress, specifically in women's health? And where do you see the most pressing gaps? And how do you see the advantage of cooperating with smaller companies, maybe research institutions, and being a member of initiative like Women's Health Hub Finland?
Yeah, thanks, Minna. Yeah, Bayer is well positioned in women's health and has a long tradition and long-term commitment also to women's health and one of the global leaders, obviously. In Finland, we already mentioned that we are very known from the contraception, but we also have, as company, also from the first periods all the way to the menopause solutions. But even in the contraception that we are very famous for and distribute to over 130 countries, there is still 250 million women who would want to have access but don't have access to modern contraception. So the unmet need is enormous in this space. If you look at the menopause as an example, there are projected to have like 1.2 billion women who is suffering from the symptoms and not really getting like a good enough support for that. And roughly 50 million women every year coming more into that age, having the menopause symptoms. So that has a significant effects also on the on the society, that what it brings then with that the women are suffering doing the work when that's active, and also the economic stability might be at risk then if really the symptoms hit hard. So there is also a lot of opportunities still to go after and have a research and good products to help women in that. So there is a lot of unmet need, even though we are one of the global leaders in this space.
Mm-hmm. And that's quite interesting. I think that also to understand that it's a lot of unmet need here in developed countries, but also on the other hand, if we are talking about developing countries, and those are a little bit different, but still it's not only the problem with developing countries, it's also here as talking about menopause, for instance. Okay, Ville, now we're going to the EU level and policy frameworks. So if you think about policy-making standpoint, and how well is the EU's current health research and funding ecosystem addressing this maybe innovation system as such, but also if you think about specifically now while we're talking about women's health, and what policy levels should and could strengthen about this cross-border collaboration and ensuring that these innovations will be done here in Europe and scaled also here in Europe?
Okay, to start with, I'm very happy that I was invited to this event, and maybe if I may start from a bit of a more personal background, because in the last few years, me and my wife, we have gone through a long period of fertility treatment and wanting to have a child. In the end, we got our son Kasper 2 years ago. But those 3 years that we were going through that process, I realized a lot of things that I had. It's kind of like the invisible area that, if men would give birth to children, that healthcare system would look totally different. It would be a lot better because these are kind of like these very quiet, not talked about issues about how badly we have researched miscarriages, for example, that there are treatments for miscarriages, but we don't have systemic health for women who have multiple miscarriages. So the healthcare system in itself does not recognize women's specific issues so well as it could. So when I kind of like this eye-opening experience, we've gone through it, and there have been multiple points where I have realized that if kind of like getting children is one of the most important things in a society, both at the personal level, but also for us as a country with so low fertility numbers, that how little we are investing in supporting that research and at women's health. It's actually quite shameful. And then I've gone through, after this experience, what we do at the EU level. And it's true that only 1% of EU funding goes to gender-related health research for women. And if we look at clinical trials, majority of them, almost all of them are done, trials are done on young men, because on trials it's been felt that, if there are hormonal cycles, you can't use the women as in the trials. But that means that all medicines are made for men, not for women. And women still use them. So it would be maybe good to know that what kind of effects these medicines have on women. So that means that this gender-specific funding has to be increased a lot. So we have to have more focus on the European level on that. So that's something that when we look at the innovation system, I think we really have to work more on women-specific health issues, because they are so important for sexual rights, reproduction rights, and also for fertility. So we have to do that. They are one of the most important things in our society. But also prevention of different, like cancer is something where EU invests a lot, but there should be also more funding on women-specific cancer research and prevention. So this is something that the EU level has been woken up to. And I think the current president of Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, is very interested in this topic. So she has put a focus on it. But, big giant machines move slowly and change direction slowly. So I would say that we have a lot to do also in how we process the trials and how the medicines get licenses and all that. So we should do more cooperation at the European level. The European Medical Agency should do more we should have a European domestic market, so a single market. So it should be more clear that we have processes that are applicable all around Europe. So there are a lot of differences in the member states still how these things work and how also women-specific health issues are addressed. So this is, I think, this very very timely debate, and it's good to have it here in Turku because we have a lot of industrial investments in Turku on women-specific health issues for Bayer, but also other research.
So actually, we should have a Women's Health Hub Europe, and not only like Finland, and then we have to scale it up and find the kind of ways to how focus on that. But coming to that, so I will ask you one more question. What comes to the proposal of the Commission was now giving about the next European budget, and there was this idea about the new competitiveness fund, where actually health issues would be aligned with the same group with agriculture and bio kind of related issues. So how do you see, will there be anything else than agriculture in the end of the day if that would be aligned in the same kind of funding possibilities? How we will make sure that that will be dedicated also for the health and especially for women's health?
Well, I think women's health should be one of the things that we should mainstream in all funding because the EU has different health funding. So we have the Horizon Europe program that has health research, and then we have more health-specific programs, EU for Health and these programs. So we should have specific targets on women's specific research in all of those branches. And when it comes to the next framework program of EU, we are talking at the, at the 1,000 billion euros. So it's a big sack of money. And at this stage, when we are talking about which labels go on which pots of money, it's still very kind of like uncertain how effective that will be and how much focus on quality will there be. So my main worry is with the Commission's proposal that they want to change EU funding structure into such that it looks like that they are spending a lot on competition, the competitiveness. So competitiveness funds gets a lot of money, but more important than that, what is counted as competitiveness spending is how we spend money and how much it's going to be based on quality and how much it will better the quality of life. So I think health research is very much has to be about qualitative spending of money. So the projects has to be the best in Europe, and it should not be based on kind of like supporting, regional cohesion policies, for example.
Yeah, so we are now in the very next coming months, or at least year and a half or so, will be very important part of that, how the budget of the next European fund period will be actually finalizing and what are the emphasizing focus areas there.
If I'm just saying this shortly, the risk may be that we are not spending money on making EU pharma industry and health research the best in the world, but we are actually spending money on those who do worse in Europe to get more subsidies, and then those who actually have qualitative research and industries are not competitive in comparison with China or US. So we should look at the global level and not just between ourselves.
Yes. And of course, funding is very important in that there. But what other things, actually, Nina, I would ask you about these EU-level policies and innovation policy, for instance, how pharma industry sees that? Is it supporting that kind of innovation and long-term pharma development? What is at the moment the needs anyway?
I think it's clear that the change is needed, and I think we need to be bold in that change. And I was so curious listening also to you, Ville, and I think you have a good path on where you bring forward and so to say. But I'm still hearing this kind of funding and the cost part of all of this and how we share the cost of things. And I would really want to change totally the debate. It's when you talk about health, health is important for me, it's important for you, for all of us here. And healthy people brings the healthy society. And it's an investment, because that's also when I have my discussions, it's always seen like a cost post, for example, of the Ministry of Health, or, somewhere where you can save money. When again, you should think in that here in the women's health, it's €1 to gives you 3. And the same if you invest in health in all things, you invest in the security, you actually bring this kind of value-based healthcare that we talk about, that you actually had a better outcome. It's like a multiple effect, and it's an investment. It's something that helps Finland grow, the much needed grow. It's something that helps Europe grow. And I think there are quite many, so to say, tangible actions we still would need to do to really shift that mind shift and the paradigm from cost of medicines to its investment in health that is actually bringing then the economic growth from that perspective.
So how do these investments would pay off economically and socially?
I think, we have studies showing, for example, if you get a clinical study into a country, so to say, for the patient benefit, it's 1.5 million, and the so to say societal benefit, it's more than 10 million. So that's like clear investments per se. In order for like big pharmaceutical companies to make investments, or for the Finland ecosystem, like the Finnish biotechs or pharmaceuticals to strive, they need to have the support, and see that there's like I want to also support and see these innovations then as a solution in the economic growth going forward. So securing that also the patients then in Finland, or we talked about other parts of Europe where they have, so to say, less access to medicines, would get that medicines. But I think we have quite a lot of things to do still in Finland, as we only get 50% of innovations here. So I think it's not only the clinical investment, clinical study investments, or this kind of ecosystems like we have here, like Turku brought forward very, very good. But it's also like really seeing that a healthy person, a person who gets their medications, who get right diagnosis, right treatment early enough, innovation access, will actually bring so much more to society. We see that from multiple perspectives. And women's health is one thing. Women also have more than double the amount of depression through their life. They also have much more, I think it's up to 25% more sick leaves. And that's like, the economical impact that we always tend to forget, that if those 25%, if you could have the same amount of depression with women as men, or even less for both, what kind of actual economical impact positively that would have, that would anyway, like any time, weigh off the costs of the actual medicines.
Yeah, that's a very important thing, also thinking about the data that we actually need when we are trying to convince, for instance, policymakers or decision makers for that funding and otherwise the policy frameworks. And this sick leave thing is one thing I've been really thinking about what comes to, for instance, menopause, which is not very well recognized in Finland. We don't have any this hoitosuositus.
This kind of treatment guidelines.
Treatment guidelines, which is actually at the moment the government is doing those, which is very good. Yeah. And that's where you actually get in those sick leaves where you don't get even solution for your health problems, you don't find the right medication or right kind of solutions, and still the whole society is lacking the impact on your work load. But Tomi, coming to thinking about your role and how do you see the role of Finland could be here in shaping this kind of EU-wide strategies, trying to convince why we should invest more and try to find this innovation base for the women's health specifically, and how that innovations translate into these kind of economic values for companies.
Yeah, thanks. We seem to be very like-minded, so easy to sign everything you
good
have
discussion
said, but bringing another perspective is that I think the health, like business, is very big already in Europe. It's like a massive industry in Finland. It's growing also rapidly, and we start to see even the Bayer portfolio alone is selling globally almost 3 billion last year, and the first half was even higher than that. So it starts to be significant money. But not only the products that we sell globally, that means that we can also like innovate them in Finland. We can manufacture them in Finland, and I think we'll have what it takes in the medical space to actually be the country who can be the best in producing these very high value products with a lot of automation. And then if I'll just give you numbers that are real from our company. So we have now invested to Finland roughly 1 billion in the past 10 years. It's quite a significant amount. It includes the clinical trial unit, more research side. Also, we'll have an early research center, but then also the manufacturing and the big investments on that. And then if we look the products that we sell then globally, that what else they bring to Finland is that we have paid also over 1 billion in corporate tax alone in the same time horizon in 10 years. So also money comes back to the society then to fund other well-being activities in the country. So that business can really be something that Finland can be proud of and can help our country creating jobs, but also taxes and then also this innovation space. But to your question, what it takes to repeat this kind of success in the future, so Europe has to be competitive. We can't be competitive in Finland if the Europe is not competitive. So let's start with that. Europe has to be competitive. I think Europe has to be innovation friendly. We will need to be a continent where we value the innovation so that the companies who want to innovate have enough motivation to do so in this region so that they don't start moving away the innovation part to other continents. And then when Europe becomes competitive, then also Finland can become competitive, but it doesn't come automatically. No. So we'll need to then also work hard to make it competitive. And I didn't answer, Minna, your earlier question on the relevance of this kind of collaboration, like what we are with the Women's Health Hub creating, is that we'll need many players. It's not only the big companies like Bayer who we need also the small ones and the researchers and the crazy ideas someone is coming up with. And then with those ideas, we'll need to also find ways to help them through the death of valley that typically is in the pharma industry, so that they become to the level that they can really start getting the products to these clinical trials and others, so that in the end the patient would get the product. So I think there is a lot of things to do, but I think we are well positioned in Finland to be very successful also in the future, and our history tells us that we have been successful so far. So.
And maybe one thing, if I can just comment, that the pharma industry, taking in consideration all these things that also need to change in our environment to secure earlier access to innovations for Finnish patients, then 50% should also be included, so it should be closer to 100% access. We also made a value promise that we even submitted this spring to the Ministry of Finance, that if we, so to say, get a better environment in Finland, then we will also double more or less our investment, which include Bayer's investment. Now we're talking about annually 500 million direct investments, but then also it's naturally broader. But then within a few years' time, we could even double up that. And I think we can take a lot of examples from Sweden. I've been working there 5.5 years before, and Denmark as well, where they really see pharmaceuticals and health tech part of the industry policy and are investing in this one. And then they get a lot of, so to say, investments back to the company and country, and then with that grow. And Finland needs that growth. And I would be a bit curious to understand, Ville, because you are, so to say, so interconnected in Europe, that is there any other good examples that you see that Finland particularly could benefit from the rest of Europe?
Well, he had my question to you already, because that was more or less the same, so we can continue. Please comment your other reflections to the other comments, so it would be really interesting in that way also, so we can.
So the question was.
So my question was about this, how this kind of. No, I forget.
My question was more that what can Finland take as a learning from rest of Europe? Or any other country?
So I can come a little bit later.
Well, if I may react also to what was said earlier, since we are here in Turku, it's also good to understand, because in Finland we often speak about forest industry and the role of bioeconomy. But in Turku, pharmaceutical industry is a lot bigger than forest industry. Forest industry is not so big industry here in southwestern Finland. The rest of the Finland, it's big. But for us, it's important to remember that this is big for us. So and it's big for whole of Finland. But the amount, how little it's been talked about in Finnish politics as a national interest to support pharmaceutical industry and its innovations in Finland, it's remarkably low, the level of commitment from politicians. So I think it's in our region, we should do it nationally. And I think this is one thing we could learn from the rest of Europe. Yeah. If you talk with the Germans or the Danes, they talk about pharmaceutical industry all the time, the politicians. In Finland, politicians don't see this as a politically interesting area, which is a bit weird, because we have a lot of knowledge in this area. So there's something, it has become unpolitical in Finland. It's seen as more of an expert issue, which has its benefits. So politicians don't mess things up, but we don't get all the funding we could get for increasing the innovation, and it doesn't have Like if you look at the public spending on pharmaceutical research and medicine research in the last 20 years in Finland, it has gone down. Quite a lot actually. So we have been world leaders in many research areas like cancer research, but we are losing ground. So we should invest more as a public research and innovation in this area. But also what you mentioned, we should look at how we can, with public policies more broadly, and then maybe, innovation funding, that can stimulate private investment. So how we can make private money into this area increase in Finland with public support. That discussion is not so large in Finland, and I know that in Denmark and in Germany it's a big issue. And in Denmark, Novo Nordisk is their Nokia currently. It has risks that you have one big company, but they know that this is a strategic interest for them. But in Finland, this focus from politics and support from politics has been lacking. So I think also another issue I wanted to kind of like reflect on, which I have to say aloud as well, because this is often the only conflict I have with pharmaceutical companies. And that comes on the discussion of consumer prices on medicines versus support to innovation. So I'm just saying this publicly to you as well, that there's sometimes conflict because in EU decision making, we also made to make sure that people have money to pay for their medicines. So there is a bit of a uneasy balance where you have to have a good balance that those companies who invest in new medicine get patents that support the production long enough to pay for that investment. But then we get substitute medicines for a lower price later on at some stage. What is the good time for that? And how the patents take into consideration also like development aid and how the poorest people in the world get medicine for a lower prices. This is a kind of like this, how you solve this is still unresolved. And my answer to this is that we have to find a common ground with the industries because we want the industry to grow in Europe. We want that research to happen in Europe. So we have to have a good environment for them to do those investments. But then we also expect from you to say how you think that we can lower the prices also in Europe, but then also in the rest of the world where the poorest people in the world live.
Maybe just one comment to that. So, generally, pharmaceuticals, life is about 20 years, so to say, when from the study. So it takes some 10 years before it comes to the market, and then it's like 1 out of 10 who gets access. And then we talked that 50% of those who get access don't even come to Finland. Yeah. So it's quite a long run. And then within, so to say, 20 years or 10 years from coming potentially to the market, then the patent usually goes off. And I think it's like a system that works quite well. Because then you again can afford new innovations when those goes off patent and the price goes down. And it's important that this is transparent and that there is a clear, so to say, how you get access. And I think that's something we struggle with in Finland to some parts currently to get equal access to all. I think in general with the pharmaceuticals, we have a high risk. Like 1 of 10 go out. We are one of those who put the most into research and development, like quite big amounts. And I think globally, Europe get their fair share of 50 billion, I think, annually. It could be much bigger for Europe, and for Finland, certainly much bigger than we currently get. So there's a lot of things to gain from there. And I just want to say that when you talk about the price for patients, so prescription medicine, and when you get the funding, so even if it's the Hila-Kela channel or then even in the hospital channel, it's evaluated and it's seen that it needs to be a fair price and it's, so to say, reasonable price setting. So it's quite clear on those measurements and it's re-evaluated multiple times as well. So just to be clear. I think
we are a little bit here kind of in the heart of the discussion about Europe's competitiveness also. I think also Tommy was reflecting to that we should be, as in Europe, very competitive also, that the companies can and have a possibility to innovate and used a lot of investments and resources to that. And at the same time, there is we see that the Commission, for instance, and Europe has not been maybe the most competitive, hungry area in the world. And now we are seeing this global trade war, nearly one could say, what's happening in US, tariffs and all kind of protectionism coming up. So kind of reflections also to that would be nice to hear from you, Ville, and then coming back to this Finland perspective, and while kind of most of the pharma industry is located here, and the research is a lot of located here in Turku region. And as you mentioned, I agree that it's not that recognized in the decision makers in national level, this whole industry. So what could we do there? How did you see then while you were in the government at time? How would you now have the possibility to guide a little bit the current government or the future coming governments, how this could be taken more seriously?
Well, I think the big problem is that in Finland, Ministry of Economy, so the one running the Ministry of, what do you call it, in the Työ- ja elinkeinoministeriö. Työ- ja elinkeinoministeriö is the ministry, in EU language we would call it economy, it's not the finance ministry. So Ministry of Economy is focused very much on these like Finland has been big in business to business, big machines. So I think the ministry in how it sees what are interesting industries is still very much about steel and metal and mining and forestry, but things that use a lot of resources. And I think these kind of like smart high-end products that are more focused on results of research like medicines and pharmaceutical research get in general too little attention in Finland. And it's weird because that's the high end of added value. So I think we should move the focus of pharmaceutical industry being something that the Ministry for Social Affairs and Health is handling into something that the Ministry of Economy is promoting.
Agreed.
That's the change that we need to have. But then that promotion should also have these values like women's health. That we do not promote it as in an old-fashioned way, but we also see that the progressive spending there. So I think that's what needs to be done, and from the EU level, you can see that we could be more coherent on this. Then you had another question.
Well, it was about the global situation and how we kind of frame ourselves in competitive way for innovations and this kind of
because what I said about this, the challenge in Finland, that's actually the broader European challenge. So where the investments and innovation goes. And during Trump, now I would be also very keen to hear how you see this, because, I mean, we have a lot of medical industries in Europe, but they are very worried about not spending in investments into Europe if they don't know that Europe is good for innovation, but also if the markets elsewhere are not accessible. So we come to the question if there are high tariffs from the US, like also your products are sold in a quite high share of those are sold to the US market. So how we can also promote that we have a global fair trade and free market access for European products elsewhere. I think this is a big, we should prioritize pharmaceutical industries in our trade policy at the EU level. I think that's something we should really do, that we don't get high tariffs, because Trump has said that he has even like a long-term goal of having 250% tariffs on pharmaceuticals specifically, because he wants to increase medical production in the US. But I think that would be very harmful both for Europe, but also for the American consumers if he would go for that. So I think EU trade policy should also promote the pharmaceutical focus a lot more.
I saw the ball coming to the Tommy about this need for a European level innovation policy kind of changes, and maybe if you shortly comment on those, and then I would like to hear every one of you one concrete step that we would do now, specifically coming to the women's health and how to promote the kind of innovation women's health hub Finland, scaling it up to the European level, and maybe wishes to the policymakers. But Tommy, please.
Yeah. Obviously, the pharma pricing that you touched a little bit is also one hot topic in the global conversation, especially with the Western world now, and their EU needs to also understand that how the EU operates. That if one country will have a free trade, so one country can even destroy a lot. So the pharma pricing is a hot topic, of course. All trade barriers is not helping. they are steering the world like artificially into some direction. Making pharma products is not like something that happens in one country anyhow. So it's a very global supply chain to overall be able to make any product. So that's an important one. And then the third aspect we already touched is that how innovative friendly we are in the bureaucracy, in the all the like these patent times and everything. So they are really big questions that we'll have at hand. So not touching any of those like more than that, but very important points to discuss. If I start the like commitments to the Women's Health Hub, so obviously Bayer was part of like ramping it up together and collecting also the companies to do it. We'll have our long history in it, and we want to wake up more people to join the party. So of course our biggest thing we can now do is just to talk about it and invite everyone to research on the space. But then specifically the menopause is something that we are working currently, and we would like to talk about that more. Even you will start with a personal story, so I can also admit that I didn't get in the school any knowledge on the menopause. And I'm afraid that that's the case for every single man and every single woman in Finnish school system in the 80s, that it was just not mentioned in any books. Or then I haven't read the books well enough. So it is a topic that hasn't been really like talked about. And now working in this industry and understanding that what it is and then what are all the like symptoms and things, I'm like, why we haven't discussed this more? That we'll need to start discussing this more now. So that's another commitment, that we want to start talking more about the menopause and creating solutions for women to get help for that.
Great.
Nina.
Yes, maybe from my perspective, I think it's we have a lot of information now. We would need to make actions. We also have a lot of insights, and here was also the topic about making the impact. I think from those perspectives, we should learn from previous examples. We have, for example, the cancer strategy, European-wise, then also now we are rebuilding it in Finland this time. Then something actual tangible happens. The same we should do for women's health in Finland. Another example is, like I brought forward earlier as well, is this, like with rare diseases, where you get patent protection or longer patents, or you get incentivized for, or the same, like, so to say, with pediatric indications, that has also been under, so to say, before. So those could also be concrete actions for the pharmaceutical industry globally, and for Europe and for Finland to support that. Then it's incentivized to really do much more studies in women's health. And I've been working a long time in cancer and breast cancer and with precision medicine. And when I, like being a woman myself, I mean, it's precision medicine at its core. And like you said, most studies are done then for a wider population, that is maybe not precision medicine for women. So we should be doing that more, but getting incentivized for it and making those actions, making that impact we need now. And all studies also show it brings us economic growth. It means the equality that we need, and it's important that we do it. And it impacts menopause, depression, cancer. It's multiple diseases that are women-specific. But more investment in health. See it as an industry policy, like you and I already agreed upon that. That's where it needs to go.
Thank you. So, Willen, now you can close the gap by giving your next concrete kind of commitment and also guidance to how to impact to the policymakers in EU level.
Yeah. Well, one thing I've noticed that usually when there is a women-specific topic on health, it's mainly women who speak. So I'm already happy that there are two men here also talking about this. And that the one commitment I'm making is that as a man, I continue to talk about these issues, because that's kind of, it's important that we don't leave it only for women to, break the ceiling on that topic, and that applies to treatment of like fertility issues or miscarriages. What I've been trying to raise with our personal background with my wife, I'm continuing to do that, but I will also continue to work with more gender-focused work on EU level and globally. And as a final point, I don't want to kind of like make you all more sad, but also there is a kind of like conservative counterattack against women's rights globally. And what President Trump is doing in destroying USAID, there is actually millions of contraception medicine that USAID has in its storages, and the government in US has a plan to destroy them all and not use them because they are putting down the funding, so they destroy the medicine, and that would be millions of people in poorer countries who don't get contraception. So what I promise to do is to raise the political profile on these issues, that it's important that we, as men, also progressive men, fight for the right of women in Finland, in Europe, but also globally, to have their sexual and reproductive rights being recognized.
Thank you. And you also answered the one audience question, which was actually about this women's right, how to say, not movement forward, but going backwards in the globally. But I also kind of sense that coming back to the industry, there is no afraid of that they would be kind of lacking their motivation or getting their investments down because of this kind of trend at the moment in some countries, but more or less to go forward. And I really want to thank you, Ville and Tommy, also being strong advocates for women's health, because I agree that it needs men's voice as well. It can't be just a women's thing, women talking to women. And of course we can do that, but still it needs also strong voices from all of us. And just to now closing down this good, really interesting discussion, I want to thank you for the panelists, audience question, and shortly summarize that coming here from the discussion is that investments in the women's health is investment in the economic growth, is investment to equality. At the same time, we see that there is more than half of the population globally is women, and there is a huge unmet need in women's health, and also very much regarded kind of lack of regarding what is the main point why this is done. And my personal view for this women's health issue is actually menopause. I was suffering 3 months for sleeplessness and not understanding what it was, and I didn't even go to my doctor because I just thought that I was stressed of the work or whatever. Just, well, you take it as you take it, like a woman and so on. And then understanding that there is a medication which is helping, and this is about menopause. And these are the things also that it's not only that men don't recognize, but we as a women, we don't recognize. So it's a good closing here that thank you for the discussion. This is about economic growth, equality, investments in health and innovations, and competitiveness for Europe. And I also heard a commitment from Nina's side that she will start working with the strategy for women's health in Finland with us. Thank you very much. Let's give a big applause to our panelists.
And with that, Wednesday's program here at the Nook comes to a close. A big thank you to all our amazing speakers, our moderators, and of course to you, our audience here in the room, and also everyone watching the live stream. Feel free to keep the discussion going in the chat. We wish you all a lovely evening, and we warmly welcome you back to the Europe Forum tomorrow, where our program starts at 8:30 in the morning with a fireside chat featuring our Prime Minister, Petteri Orpo. Hope to see you then, and thank you all.